Facebook. There we go. Hello, hello, and good morning, Facebook land. What's up, YouTubers? How we doing out there? Thank you for joining me. As always, nice to see you. Connecticut Medical Marijuana Critic here. I am up, and we're on the air. Compound Concentrates and Coffee for your SunDaze, December 15th. Halfway through this month, New Year's is going to be here like that. What's going on, Diana? How are you, my friend? Nice to see you over there in YouTube land. And Daniel, how we doing? What is the good word, everybody? All right, YouTubers, I've got your chat open. Facebook, I'm getting your stuff open as we speak. Love you, kiddo. So how are you, Diana? What's going on, Daniel? What is the good word? How's things? There we go. Go. BioTrek, our theme song here at CC&C, Compound Concentrates and Coffee. Once again, thank you for being here with me, everybody. I do appreciate it. That over there. Jump on down. All right, Hazard Cast, number 2. Linda, good morning, good morning. Fantastic, fantastic. Haven't forgotten about you. I'm planning on calling, have the number and everything. Looking forward to munching away. Can't wait to have those cookies, boy. Everybody that I've shown them too as well. It's like, oh wow. A relaxing day. There you go. That's nice. That's nice. Nothing wrong with that. Come on, YouTubers. How many of you are watching right now? How many of you hit the thumbs up? That ratio's a little off. Oh, love the coffee. Love the coffee. Coffee is nectar of the gods. Absolutely. What is the good word? How we doing out there? How's things in your neck of the woods over there? There you go. Hazard cast. Let's continue on. I have another one from Austin. We'll be getting into some other things. I have some hip-hop requests. I have some rock requests. I have some jazz requests. Got you covered. No problem. Texas sucks, but you're good. You know, it's funny how often a lot of people say that about their own state, yet when you talk to others, they're like, oh, I'd love to go there to visit. Oh, I love. I'm like, yeah, just live here for a while. Well, no, it's true though. I mean, I've traveled. Oh God, have I traveled? Every state, honestly, has their charm. You know, every state's got its rough side. Every state's got its bullshit. We all know this. But I have been lucky enough to do a lot of traveling in my life and been able to see a lot. So I do appreciate, you know, just going across the country and just watching, you know. Yeah. Yeah, literally years ago, it was a friend of mine. who, kind of, I don't know, say opened my eyes or made me really see, or think about it. She's like, you have, the golden opportunity, all this time on your hands, You have the means, you have the ability. She's like, travel, go check out places, go, And I was like, yeah, you're right, yeah. So, I got back into doing my ghost hunting, doing my, investigations and stuff, which puts me out on the road, going to a lot of places. Urbexing. I'm a photographer in that regard, so I love just going places and shooting. Man, I'll shoot off 200, 300, 400, 500 photos, 600 photos if it's a great location. I've done that multiple times. All right, there we go. A little bit of Austin for you, kicking this day off. This is My Daddy's Hand, coming to you from Cy Coonan. I'm going to be kicking off a hand block. No joke, I have, the amount of cases I have, $25,000-$30,000 in gear is probably on the low side. Like, not even kidding. I have enough DVRs, cameras, cables to set up and be able to shoot. We did a 64,000 square foot location, and I was able to cover the entire thing via DVRs and mounted cameras. Not counting our handhelds, not counting our FLIR cameras, not counting other things. Oh yeah. Stanley Hotel is awesome. That's awesome. And Diana, it is fantastic. I have a location that I often bring people to. It's kind of like a test spot because we want to see how they can handle themselves in certain situations. This location, it's not a question of if something is going to occur, if something is going to be heard, or in some cases, if somebody is even going to physically be touched. We've had individuals flat out drop their cameras and run. Call one of us in the team on our cell saying, hey, I left. You can go find your camera over in this area. Yeah. Another track. My Daddy's Hand. Cy, like I said, we're in a hand block. Figured do something a little different. One more hand. This is Charlie Peacock here. Featuring Jerry McPherson. One more hand. Oh, yeah. I have video footage and we have audio from this particular location. I was doing a real-time EVP session, so I have the device being, recording, headphones. I can literally hear what the device picks up as it's doing it. Now, I'm outdoors. Walking to a particular spot. I stop. Now, it wasn't instantly, but it was like within 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. I could hear footsteps coming up behind me. I just thought it was one of the other people that I had here in my team. You can listen to me. I'm talking, just normal talking. And I'm like, yeah, how so? Got something good over here. Why don't you come over here and check this out? And literally, camera in one hand, device over here, my Sony recorder over here. And I was like, yeah, here, check this out. And I turned to the footsteps, and there's no one there. No one. And you hear these footsteps so audibly clear, walk right up and basically stop. That I thought was really cool. Okay. That was called One More Hand, coming to you from Charlie Peacock. Like I said, it's featuring Jerry McPherson. Okay, we got Hole in My Hand from Trout Recording coming up. We have Hand in the Fire from ROL coming up. We have a few other tracks coming up. There we are.
Watch you see rough drop the top on this magma volcano. The fuego I'm kicking, they calling it propane flow. Unmatched. See the rats like a pack of matches. Strike the paper with the pen, turns into ashes. Too hot for 'em when we go block for 'em. Nothing, another norm, hit 'em with the desert storm. Sweat dripping, that's reminder of living. No fake, pure fake, raw talent keeps spitting. If I'm only different one, then the sun's my ambition. Now it's infinite energy, keeps the world still spinning. Watch out, certain burn when you soak in it. And when I write, I ignite my whole life. Then it came from the clashes, battling with dragons, striving for higher. Push through the wire, ashes to ashes, fuel for the masses. Hand on desire, hand in the fire, hand in for eternity, man. Got my hand in the fire and it's here to remain. Can't burn out the infinity flame, it'll work out. Don't be quitting the game, can't burn out for eternity, man. Got my hand in the fire and it's here to remain. Tell me why people be slaving for a company, chilling on a salary, chilling on formality. Tell me why people be trapped in complacency, chilling on flattery, chilling so casually. I burn with ambition for the goals I envision. Burnt by the mission, but I'm burning competition. Wordplay searing with facts and non-fiction. Can't stand the heat, then get out the kitchen. I'm serving, taste buds are thirsting. Temperature worsen, boiling point bursting. Rhymes fall first in flames, I keep surfing. This soul searching, joined the excursion. Came from the clashes, battling with dragons, striving for higher. Push through the wire, ashes to ashes, fuel for the masses. Hand on the desire, hand in the fire, hand in the fire, let it burn, let it burn. Hand on the mic, giving life in return. Pray for me, stressing got me looking for a blessing. Scarred by the sharp, but I gotta keep pressing. Hand in the fire, let it burn, let it burn. Hand on the mic, giving life in return. Pray for me, stressing got me looking for a blessing. Scarred by the sharp, but I gotta keep pressing. Hand in the fire, fear's nothing new to me. Hand in the fire, burning with poetry. Hand in the fire, fire setting me free. Hand in the fire, fire that was meant to be.
right, that holding my hand again, trout recording. Here we go. Let's meet you at the edge of the universe. This is Lyle Workman. Then we're going to be picking it up a little bit more from here. I have your blues coming up. I have your jazz coming up. I have your rock coming up. We have a whole bunch of other things coming up. Reach at the edge of the universe. Lyle Workman. Okay. 4 hands, many drummers. This is the one I say is somebody's homage to Moby Dick. Four Hands, Many Drummers. The artist is J.D. Mayer right there. We're going to go over here. Get you your blues out. Told you I would. Let's start out with Taking Me for a Long Ride. There's so many different tracks that we play. Bud Rich and others are like, oh, this sounds like. Mega Man is one that's brought up a lot. Chrono Trigger is one that's mentioned a lot. Castlevania. There was one of the ones that we played during Halloween time. And we were like, wow, this is like something you would hear in Castlevania when they were in the clock tower. Taking me for a long ride. All right, here's one I've not played. It's called When I Came Home Later from Trout Recording out of Blues. When I Came Home Later, that was Trout Recording. That's slow. Slow's got to go. Here you go. You asked for rinse, repeat. Absolutely, I can do that. I don't mind doing any Nico tune. It's 11:12. 11:12. Are you packed? Are you rolled? Are you raring to go? It's going to be 11:20 on the East Coast. That's 4:20, as you know.
Scared of what I might say, scared of what I might find. Leave me in the road dust, leave me in the moonlight. Could've had a big head, could've worn a white tie, could've had a vacation, Croatia. Is it cause of bad taste? Is it cause of done time? All I ever wanted was a holiday, it's a friend of mine. Didn't wanna cut grass, didn't wanna cut vines. Looking for a better way to find a little solitude to energize. Yeah, guess we gotta do it all again. At least they get the rain check and the ransom and dividend. That's how we do it.
Rinse, repeat. Yeah, little swamp thing. Continuing on. Oh, mind me, just having my breakfast. Okay. Swamp Thing, Little Man DeLorean. Here we go. Sunday Morning Blues. Perfect. This comes to you from Trot Recording right here on CCNC. Less than a minute. Less than a minute. All right, everybody, you know the routine after I eat. I need to go brush my teeth or else I feel like a grub. Gonna be queuing up a little block for you. Monkey's gonna sit in the chair, he's gonna hang out, do his thing. You know the routine. I can monitor the chats from where I'm at. So, I'm not gonna be gone long, just I gotta do my teeth. Alright. Started out with a little Roman Bulikov. That is the artist. The song is called Over Me. This comes out of jazz, right here on CCNC. Compound Concentrates and Coffee, with me, the Connecticut Medical Marijuana Critic. Welcome to my brainchild here. Get up there, monkey. There you go. Brutus, go. Go. Sheesh. I'll be back, everybody.
British? Fuck off. Fuck off.
Monkey. Hello, monkey. Do I think Dallas has a chance?
See?
Well, good morning and happy Sundays
People
to all.
have been waiting on you.
I think that Dallas has a chance depending on who's going to show up. Which Dallas team is going to show up. At the beginning of the year, they were playing a hell of a lot better than they're playing right now. They have the talent on the field that they could actually do it. They just, I don't know what they're doing. I really don't. But I mean, I again, if you want to talk about my, hello Diana, how are you? If you want to talk about my fantasy team, I mean, I kind of need Dax to do a little better than he's doing, but I don't know what's going on. I've talked about several times throughout the season. Some of the teams are just, they're not playing to their potential, and I really think that Dallas is one of them. As much as I love teasing, I got a lot of friends who are Cowboys fans, and they are just suffering and, you know, giving me a lot of laughs. Well, of course they need to utilize it, and you know, Zeke's a real what's the word? I was gonna use a different word and it like just jumped out of my head. I guess the best way you could call Zeke is he's a wild card. He doesn't have the cohesion and the consistency on the team right now, and again, I said this from the jump. You let him wait way too long to sign that contract, to get into the ball. He wasn't participating in the dry runs. He wasn't participating in, and it kind of shows. And granted, yeah, we're almost at the end of the season, but you know what? It shows. There's not that consistency there. There's not what I think could be there. And as talented as Zeke is, I mean, let's go on the fact he's not going to have that many years left. I mean, he's not a rookie. He's not, you know, a baby. He's not old. You know, he's not like, oh my God, but one bad injury or one bad twist away. And we got to remember, all running backs are, it's a real issue as far as, you know, one bad ankle turn, one bad knee turn, and boom.
Push your knee into the bar, but when you leaned over that way,
Ow.
your audio was beautiful. And then you went back over that way and your audio level was... Y'all gonna watch me beat her with the microphone live on camera.
Abuse. No, I know, believe me, I know he signed the 9-year deal and everything, but I'm going on, you know, healthy and consistency and productivity. I mean, I've been having a lot of conversations with friends and fellow fans and whatnot, not only of football but of baseball. A lot of these contracts, they need to start putting in a performance clause, for, you know, lack of a better term, because some of these guys, some of the humongous deals that have been signed in the past week or so in baseball's off season, for a lot of, not all, but for a lot of these guys, the money that they just signed just totally killed any of their desire to actually play. Oh, I got it. I got what I wanted. I have my guaranteed money. I don't need to do a damn thing. And no, this is not everybody, but this is some players. And when you're going to use that much of your salary cap, when you're going to use that much of your money, when you're going to, you know, not only is it going to hurt the team overall, it's going to hurt the morale of the team too, because if you see this one guy making all this money and all of a sudden he's slacking off, and somebody is making, 10% of what this guy is doing, and he's busting his ass, it hurts the team. It really does. No, he's not. I mean, he's absolutely not, and that could be because of coverage. Also, that could be they're coming up to the line. And they're. I mean, obviously, any team, when you have somebody who's that good of a runner, that big of a threat, the coverage is going to be there too. So they could be trying to pull the coverage up, and they're throwing the ball up because Dax has that arm. But to go with my own team, when Jerome Bettis was on the team, he's definitely a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, running back. Back when he was playing, everybody knew where he was going to end up in the Hall of Fame. Everybody was always covering him, but he had that same strength that I'm pretty sure Zeke has. When you let him, if you give him the ball, and he's one of those who just, his legs never stop moving. He just keeps pushing and pushing. And Bettis got a lot of his running yards after being stopped originally. He was stopped, and then he's like, nope, I'm still going. My legs are still pushing. And he would either break through or roll around, and get out. So whether they're going to change up and use him a lot today remains to be seen. But I do think if they fire on all thrusters, yes, I think they can win. I think they're definitely capable. Whether they're going to actually do it or not, that is a whole other kettle of tuna, let me tell you. So, I don't know. Oh, well. Well, hey there, Teresa. How are you? Oh, as I jumped in here, I should say I apologize for time got away from me today, and I was a half hour late, but love y'all, and I'm still here. You all know how it goes. Sometimes life jumps at you, and you try to fit too many things into the day. It's how it goes. Let me talk before I get into, this week's schedule and this week's picks. Bookie bets and guarantees and all that fun stuff. We only have 3 weeks left. Yes, I am sad about it. But it's has to come to an end sometime, I guess. There were 2 things in the news this week. I'm sorry to hear you sore all over. What's going on there, Teresa? Are we improving, or are we just staying? Is it the cold weather that's doing it? Because I'll tell you what, the damp weather was killing my hip yesterday. I'll tell you what. Let me see. Beginning of the week. Some people tried to call it Spygate 2. I call it it was so dumb, they're distracting from something else. It was this dumb. It was literally this dumb that something else is going on that they didn't want us paying attention to. And you watch, because this is what'll be happening. Supposedly, camera crews that are filming, behind the scenes, blah, 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 of the Patriots, blah, 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 were, when the Patriots were playing the Chiefs, they were in Cincinnati following their scouting crew around. And they were filming things and doing whatnots and all that fun stuff. Well, I am massively sorry for all that because that is a horrible combination. And I absolutely get that would be why you're sore all over. I am quite sorry. Try to relax and listen to the alluring sound of my voice and making you laugh. Or maybe not alluring, but I'm trying here. But supposedly, yet again, they were filming things that they shouldn't have been filming, and we knew that they were there, but we didn't know that they were filming this, and Patriots actually released a statement. They take responsibility. I guess they've learned that they can't deny it when, there's 500 people who see it. But I'm going to say two things. They can't be this dumb. You can't be this dumb. I mean, sure, people are this dumb, but you can't be this dumb. You can't.
They've been doing it for years. Since they got caught, people haven't paid attention.
Which is why they can't be this dumb.
Yes, they
But
have. It's not just dumb, it's arrogance. Hubris.
well, fine. God knows Kraft is arrogant. I mean. But also, of all the teams that you're going to scout, you're scouting the Bengals? Like, scouting the Bengals in a way that you shouldn't? There's nothing about the Bengals that you can't get from, legal watching that you need to, scout them in things that you're not supposed to do? I mean, I'm sorry. The Bengals... Granted, I have said the Bengals are not performing to where they could, which even though they're in my league, I do think that their record should be better than it is. But I mean, you need to scout to beat these guys. You're the Patriots. I thought you're the greatest. You need to scout them. Well, hello, Sean, and no go Patriots. I'm going to say this: if the Patriots lose to the Bengals, I am going to hurt myself laughing. Okay, I will hurt myself laughing. It's not even going to be. It's just going to be. It's going to be disgusting. And the Giants, Diana, you got the Dolphins, right? This is the Dolphins week, right? Right. Yeah. You better win. Eli's playing again. Actually, you guys should have won last week. I mean, you guys had that in the first half, and then I don't know what the hell happened. Except for I do know what happened. You dropped the coverage again, and blah 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 blah, and there it went. Don't you threaten me. So. All that being said, going back to Spygate 2, either they wanted something else to talk about than how they've been playing lately, because they're not playing, even when they're winning, they're not playing at what's consistent for their level of playing. You know, they may not want to admit it. The world may not want to admit it. But guess what? It's time to admit it. The Patriots are not the dominating team that they used to be. You're going to have to deal with that. And again, Pats fans don't like it, and certainly Brady doesn't like it. But how many games this year have the Patriots won not on Brady's arm, but on special teams? Oh, I know you'll be laughing, and you'll have your boyfriend to be laughing at. So I mean that, that's just double fun. I have people at work that I'll go and torment the heck out of them. I mean, I got friends at work, and I love to death, but we will torment each other when our teams lose. One of the guys I work with years ago, we were tormenting each other the whole season. Of course, he's a Pats fan, I'm a Steelers fan, and it was the year that that Steelers won the Super Bowl. Now, mind you, I'm a mailman. I can't wear my own stuff. We wear uniforms and whatnot. But you know damn right well that Monday after the Super Bowl that I won, I had my work jacket on, but over my work jacket, I had my Steelers jacket. I was wearing my black and yellow quite proudly, and I made sure that I put it up on my hook and spread it out so that you could see the big Steeler logo and the big Steelers thing. So the first thing he saw when he walked around and into our section, I even heard him say it. I'm like, she did not bring that jacket in today. And I said, oh, yes, I did. So there's a good, at least 30% of football is having fun tormenting your friends when you do well and they don't. I mean, we had a great group at the station I was at. Like, God, how long's it been since I've been a Kilby Ranger? Like, good 10 years or so ago. We all like different teams. We all love to torment the heck out of each other. That's one of the times that, even though I don't follow basketball, I made sure I checked I checked ESPN enough to familiarize myself with who was winning and who was losing and what was going on, because a few of my friends were, hardcore basketball fans, and I could at least keep up with, who was doing well and who was, tanking, and who guaranteed that they were going to win that night, and all of a sudden they lost by 30 points, and, so I had to make sure I had everything in the bank so I could go there and be like, I thought you were going to win by 30 points, and, I thought you were going to win and you lost by 30 points and whatnot. I mean, isn't that part of what the fun of sports is? But anywho, I honestly, yes, they're arrogant, yes, they're this, yes, they could be this stupid, yes, to all that. But I honestly just think they were trying to block. They were just trying to be like, pay attention to this, don't pay attention to that. And whether it's their bad playing that they don't want you to pay attention to, whether it's something else that they're going to try to do quietly in the background, just keep your eyes open around there. Something else is going to happen. I'm going with my gut, going with how these guys are, how I know these guys. Just keep your eyes open. Keep them open. Woo! You gotta watch. And then I suppose I should mention He Who Shall Not Be Named. Believe it or not, I extended an invitation to him for, a one-on-one interview so that he could tell his story. I haven't heard back yet. I mean, my people need to talk to his people, but Antonio Brown was in the news again. First, he put up this big apology, trying to word it as sincerely as possible, saying, I apologize to the teams that I participated on and what I brought and what I did, and this isn't me, and trying to sound sincere and trying to be like, I apologize. I really do want to play again. I want to be part of a team again. And of course, the diehard fans were like, come back here. No, come over here. And no, do this. And all that fun stuff. And then I guess he didn't get the response he wanted because within a few days, then he took back to social media and it was like, oh, this one is this, the NFL is racist, this one says this one says that, blah, blah, blah. And, honestly, I just don't think any team is going to want to take the chance on him right now because he's a firecracker.
You talking to Antonio Brown?
Gee, how'd you know?
Shit, I wonder.
It's not even his skill level. I mean, he is good, but if he goes on any team, to the best of my knowledge, he is still allowed to play. The NFL hasn't banned him or anything like that. To the best of my knowledge, he can be signed by somebody. If and when everything plays out and, everything is good. If he plays again, it is not going to be for a strong team. It's not going to be for the Steelers. It's not going to be for the Pats. It's not going to be for a strong team. Because when you already have all these good weapons in place, you don't need to put a weapon that, the tripod on it is broken. And it may fall over and shoot yourself in the foot. Interesting metaphor, I know, but, what am I going to do? And then he really went full tilt weird. And I guess had the cops at his house for the second time in X amount of days. And I don't know what's going on between him and his baby mama. I don't want to know. That really should be something kept private. But apparently, from whatever he was saying, she wanted some of the clothes from the house or whatever. And he said that she's driving his car that doesn't belong to her and whatever. Why this was even put on social media, no matter who's right. This is, again, I know I sound like an old fogey and back in my day and whatever. Some things really should just be, some things don't need to be out in the open. Some things don't have to be, hey, I'm trying to get sympathy, or hey, I'm trying to do this, or hey, I'm trying to do that. I really don't, if this is just a desperation move for him just to keep having people look at him and, give his page likes or his Instagram love, he's got to do something better. And it's very bothersome to me because I honestly think he's a better person than he's portrayed himself the past couple of years. And again, I honestly worry that hit to the head. I really worry, if I ever did interview him, I would straight up ask him, have you ever gotten an MRI? Have you gotten a recent one to see if there's any permanent damage? And I'm not saying that to break his balls. I'm saying that as like an older sister, like, I want you to be safe type of thing. That's what I'm doing. Windy out there. But now that I'm done with my ranting, what's up? Hello, Kendall. How are you? You are smack in the middle of JC's Power Hour with Brian moving in and out because he keeps forgetting stuff. But do not panic if you are looking for Brian. He will be back in, what time is it? Around about a half hour or so. So, being that it is one of the last weeks of the season. I do have to do my picks before, I run out of time. So let's give it a start. We also have to have the bookie bet of the week. I can't. That could be. I can't. I honestly, would it be weird if my bookie bet of the week and my guarantee pick is the same game? I mean, would it be funny? Because it honestly could be. I mean, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna be good. Alright, let's start over here. The Philadelphia Eagles against the Washington Redskins. Is this pretty much a team of, two teams that were just, beating dead horses? I mean, it kind of feels like it. But Philadelphia is 6-7. Washington is just desperately trying to eke out a win and figure out what to do with themselves, and they haven't figured it out yet. They simply have not figured it out yet, and it's another one of those things. I don't know what's going on with them. I mean, you would think that, the Eagles have never won a Super Bowl. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Too soon? I mean, they're really just not playing well. They are really just not doing the thing. But before I go into the picks, our playoff picture, besides people being eliminated from the hunt, our playoff picture pretty well hasn't changed from this week to last week. The Cowboys are now the ones, projected into that spot. I don't know how. I don't know why. But I do know that, again, this week is important because the Eagles and the Cowboys both have the same rating, and they both have to keep winning in order to stay in that spot. Or they both have to lose, which then it'll just be laughable. But so long as Philadelphia, figures out what to do, I'm taking them over the Redskins. I mean, the Redskins in the offseason are just going to have to really regroup and figure out what's going on. They can't seem to handle it. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, they almost kept pace with the... I mean, they held holding the Packers to 20 points. I mean, it's a case of just their offense isn't backing up their defense, and you just... it's hard to get a good balance of both. Especially this late in the year, they're just both very frustrated, I would think. The next game has very big playoff implications. The Texans and Tennessee. Right now, the Texans are the ones that are in that cusp of the wild card round, and the Titans are right there knocking on the door. So, presumably, depending on however all the other games go, but presumably Titans win, they're going to flip that switch, and the Texans will be looking outside on the cusp. So right now the Texans are controlling their own destiny. And the Texans are also playing pretty well. Not that the Titans aren't, but I think I think Houston's got a little more fight in them. There's a spark. I think they see a goal that they're really pushing for this year. And I don't think Tennessee. I think it's going to be a defensive game. But I'm taking the Texans to win, even though they're not home. I think it's going to be a defensive game, low score, but big playoff implications there. I mean, two more dead horses beating on each other. I mean, I'm sorry. The Dolphins and the Giants. Sorry, Diana. I mean, I had to. Again, the Giants should have won last week. If you go by play in the first half, Eli was putting the ball where he needed. People were actually catching it when he put the ball when it was needed. I mean, it was a Festivus miracle. What more can you want? And then the second half happened, and things start to fall apart. I've said it many times. The NFL, it's a 60-minute game. It's not a 30-minute game. Always look at that clock. Always try to figure out who's staying and who's doing. But again, Eli is playing for pride. Eli is playing for what could be his last few games, depending on how bad the ankle sprain is. And his successor, they may not play him the rest of the year because they want to save him for next year. I mean, obviously you're not going anywhere, so. And we don't know. I haven't heard any reports of Eli saying what he wants to do as of yet. But I'm going to give the experience of Eli over the struggling Dolphins. Again, if the offensive line gives him time, because he's been having to dump that ball off quick. But he's getting, he's better at it. But, I mean, any quarterback is going to do well if you give him the time to set and see the best plays. You can only rush the guy so far before, it just takes a toll on his skill level. Next game, the Kansas City Chiefs, who are the 3rd seed right now and playing quite well, playing the Denver Broncos, who are all the way out there in the miracle hunt seat at the 11th seed. Now, again, the Chiefs are guaranteed in. So we're going to go on who and what they want to do. I mean, they're controlling their own destiny. They're coming off a win over the Patriots. So they've got to be very positive. They got to be happy. And they could conceivably rest their guys. They could play them half a game. They could do what they want. The Broncos are coming off a surprising win over the Texans. Yes, that surprised me too. And they're playing for that desperate spot. I mean, they have quite a few to jump over. But even though you're not in full control of your destiny, you have to win in order to have any shot. And that's where they are. I was really surprised that they won last week. I don't think Kansas City is going to sit their guys unless they have a big win. I think Kansas City is enjoying how they're playing. And I think, not a big win, a big lead, sorry. I think Kansas City is going to take this one. And I do believe if Kansas City does, I think that's going to knock the Broncos out entirely. Unless everybody else loses. But I think Kansas City is going to take that one. Sorry, just debating on my bookie bet of the week. Because this is one of the ones I thought it might be. Bears are another team that just won't go quietly into that good night. They should be... They're another one that should have won more games than they have. Green Bay right now is sitting pretty good up at the 2nd seed. And they're playing home. Which, of course, home field is good, but the weather's not going to affect Chicago. They're used to playing in crappy weather, so it could be snowing in Lambeau, and that won't affect them. The Bears have to win this. Green Bay doesn't. And I think, albeit late in the season, I think Chicago has a little bit of a spark. So I'm going to pick Chicago as my bookie bet of the week. And do remember what my bookie bet is. More than likely, it's going to go the other way. But if there's going to be a game that's a bookie bet, I think it's going to be Chicago beating Green Bay at Lambeau. But again, that could also factor in, is Rodgers going to play the whole game, or are they going to rest any of the starters? With 3 games left, you're not going to rest them entirely, but you're not going to, I don't think you're going to have them break a sweat either, so we'll see. Tampa Bay and the Lions. Well, what do you say about these guys? Both teams are out, so they're playing for pride. Tampa Bay has traded away a few guys that, in hindsight, may have been a mistake. They're gonna have to really they're another one that's gonna have to really regroup in the offseason, figure out who they're keeping and where their holes are that they need to fill for the draft, because they should have been a lot stronger, honestly, for the past couple of years. And I'm not sure with them it's their coaching so much as the I think they're having a problem that the Steelers had with Todd for a while as their offensive coordinator. Some of the plays that are being called just don't seem to be matching with the situation nor the skill level. And granted, yes, coach, don't go NFL 101 on me. Yes, coaches could override blah 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 blah. But I think if they were going to make a change in that area, coaching and coordinators and stuff like that, I think the biggest change that might be positive for them would be offensive coordinator. In my opinion. I could be wrong. But maybe just a time for new blood in that area, maybe just to shake it up enough. But I think Detroit just wants to salvage some pride for their season. And I think they're gonna surprise Tampa Bay And I think they're going to pull that out. I keep laughing. I really do. I keep laughing. New England Patriots are 10-3. They're going to Cincinnati to play the 1-12 Cincinnati Bengals. And they scouted these guys like wrongly scouted them. I mean, is it? I mean, did you do it because like you cannot take it if you lost to these guys? Like literally, it would kill you if you lost to these guys because you know the memes that would be up on social media and you know the ball breaking that you would get for weeks on end. I mean, is it simply that you just physically can't take somehow having the mistake of losing to them? I mean, is that what the problem is? Because I get that. I completely get that. Not enough to cheat to do it, but I get the feeling. I get the nuance of it because, you know, the Jets shouldn't have lost to them and given them that one freaking win. So I get that. I do. And I will painfully hurt myself. Breaking ribs. I will have to call out of work because I won't be able to lift parcels because I would have broken so many ribs. Not even lying. However, dispassionately and as a sportscaster, I have to give my guarantee pick of the week to the Pats. There's no way. There's no way. Even though I say that the Bengals should not be they shouldn't be 1-12. They really shouldn't. I mean, they shouldn't be 12-1, absolutely. But I mean, they should be at least, 5 or 6 wins. I mean, granted they need help, and granted they need, some improvements. But almost going completely winless for the season, the Steelers fan in me says, yeah, you do suck that much, but honestly, they should have won more than this. So, let my pick of the week be the curse on them this week. I will laugh so much. I'm okay. I'm back. See, this is what you don't get with Chris Berman. Or that. Seattle taking on the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers have been lovingly booted out of the playoff hunt. I say that with small sarcasm. Seattle is projected right now at the 5th seed, so they really can't rest on their laurels, and they really shouldn't lose to Carolina unless, they do our dumb little thing of playing down to a team that you should easily steamroll over. But they are in a position, even though they are solidly in the wild card, they cannot take a dumb loss. If they take this loss this week, that could haunt the hell out of them in the next 2 weeks and possibly even knock them out, which would just be wrong on a lot of levels. So, yeah. I see Seattle coming in, even though they're going to Carolina, I see them coming in really, really strong, and I see them really hurting them. One could only hope. But yeah. And again, Carolina has nothing to lose. They would love to be a spoiler. And they are a strong team, even though they no longer have Cam Newton. And Cam Newton may not even have a team next year. But Got the horse of a different color, and that's a conversation for the off season because there's going to be lots of moves and whatnots in the off season. And we'll need to talk about them, won't we? But JC's Power Hour is only an hour, and while we only have 3 weeks left, we want to talk about our picks and getting stuff done more than anything. Blue soda. It tastes blue. It's damn good. See, someday I should do, someday I should do advertisements. I'm always drinking something. Next game, Minnesota Vikings. Projected 6th seed so far against the Los Angeles Chargers, who have also been lovingly out of the hunt. And again, would love nothing more than to the Vikings right out of the playoff picture. Losing one game shouldn't completely kill their chances. But it also depends on, do the Rams win? The Vikings are in pretty well good control of their own destiny. So long as they keep winning, they should be in the playoff hunt. But it's dangerous. You don't like being the 6th seed because there are always people sitting right there saying, I'm going to come in and knock you out. And again, you have to go to another stadium and win. But the Chargers don't have a good home field presence yet because they're not in their permanent home. And the Vikings they've been strong all year. And I don't think they're gonna let the Chargers ruin that. So we're gonna stick with the Vikings and stick with them being in the playoffs for another week. Jacksonville Jaguars and the Oakland Raiders. Two teams fighting for pride, two teams fighting just for the sake of fighting. Raiders are home. Love them or hate them, they do have a really good fan base. And even though they're out of the hunt, I think Oakland is stronger. And honestly, I think they're angrier. I mean, for lack of a better word, I think they're just gonna push it all just to be one of those teams that could say we have a better record than the Cowboys or Eagles, and one of them is going to make it in, and we're not. It's funny how football works sometimes. Apparently Monty doesn't go with the Raiders. Fine. You go with the Jaguars. I get you. Cleveland Browns. Who, believe it or not, the Cleveland Browns are still in the playoff hunt. Not far, believe it or not. 2 or 3 teams losing is really all they need to sneak into the 6th seed. Makes them dangerous. They are playing the Arizona Cardinals. I'm hard-pressed to call the Cardinals dangerous this year. I mean... Steelers just beat them last week. They would have liked to be a spoiler for us. They would also like to be a spoiler for the Browns. I mean, they are playing for nothing but pride. And again, when you have that bad of a record and you want to knock other people out, I think the Cardinals would have an easier time beating the Browns than other teams that they have tried. But the Browns could taste that. They could taste it. They know it's there. And it's another. You need to win. You need to control your own destiny, and you need help. I think they're going to push for this win and hope for other people to lose. So I'm taking, believe it or not, I'm taking the Browns. Believe it or not. Now, one of the games that was almost my guarantee of the week is San Francisco over Atlanta. Absolutely think San Francisco is going to win. Absolutely. That game last week was just incredible. Easily could have gone either way. And I believe I said that. And I'm kind of surprised. I mean, it literally went down to last second. I mean, just literally. Like, an amazing game. Not outside the realm of possibility, we see the Niners and the Saints, play each other again in the playoffs. And if we do, it's probably going to be another one of those nail biters right down to the end. It was just incredible. And, and I've given him good props before, goodness knows. But I'm going to say again, Garoppolo never would have had any shine at all in New England for the simple reason of a healthy Brady. If Brady's healthy, he's not going to get the shot. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And there's been a lot of young talent that hasn't gotten their chance because they're a backup to a Brady, a Breeze, a Roethlisberger, a Rodgers. That's the downside of being drafted onto a good team like that with an elite quarterback. You have an elite quarterback, why are you going to play? You're looking for, your opportunity that you a lot of times will not get. I give him a lot of credit also because he was getting knocked down, like, a lot. I mean, he didn't get knocked down once or twice. He got knocked down like 7-8 times minimum. I literally lost count, and I don't have the stats in front of me, but he did get knocked down a lot. And he just kept getting up, and he kept shaking it off, and he's like, we got this, and he kept moving the ball, no matter what. No matter if he was sacked, no matter if he was hit after the play, no matter if he lost yardage, he made it work. And this is what you need, especially in a relatively young quarterback. Not young, but, I call him young because of how much play he's lost, due to injury and stuff like that. So it's like, he's not Brady's age, but he's not like Green just out of college either. You know what I'm saying. But this kid, there is no give up in him, and you need that because other guys got knocked down that much, and they would have gotten really, really flustered and really, really pissed and really, really gave up. And he may have gotten pissed. But he did not give up by any stretch of the imagination. He just kept it going, and he's like, I've got this, and I am not giving this game up. And so I absolutely think they're gonna take Atlanta today. And this is like a pride game. This is like, you know what? That was so close last week. They just want a solid win. And for nothing else, to hold first place, first seed. First and second seed you kind of want to hold on to because it puts you in the driver's seat. Although, honestly, I'm sketchy about that bye week because a lot of times that bye week screws you up. I kind of like the team playing all the way through instead of having it, but that's just me. But absolutely take San Francisco. Yeah, how about those Cowboys? This is a ridiculous game. It really is. This is an absolutely ridiculous game. The Rams are 8-5, and the Cowboys are 6-7, and yet the Cowboys are projected 4th seed, and the Rams are still on the outside looking in. And it's even if the Rams beat the Cowboys, that's not going to automatically put them in. They're going to need Seattle or the Vikings to lose. And honestly, Seattle could take a loss. I think it would be the Vikings losing that would help them, if I'm calculating this correctly. And again, please don't quote me on that, because I can't screw this up. It's like, it's not just the win-loss, it's all divisions and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure I'm reading it right, but I could be screwing it up. So please, without me going into huge details, regardless. Do I think the Cowboys could win? I do. Going back to what I said with Tyler earlier, I absolutely do think the Cowboys could do this. Do I think they're going to? This is a hard game for me to call. It really is. It really is, because I think both the Rams and the Cowboys have an equal skill set. It's just their records are not showing it. And they have such talent on that team, and they're just acting so sketchy and uncoordinated, whereas the Rams are playing a lot smoother. Can I call this one a tie? I mean... Which, again, would be funny if one of the ones I say, I think is going to end in a tie actually ends in a tie. That would be hysterically. I don't say that often, but if one of these days I actually call one of those, it's going to be freaking hysterical. But I'm going to take Dallas, because I think Dallas is kind of fed up with the dumb losses that they've done and want to... Like, the Eagles have tried to hand it to them. The Cowboys have tried to hand it to the Eagles have tried to hand it, and they're both just making such stupid plays and playing such stupid games. And I know both Cowboys and Eagles fans who just have beaten their heads against brick walls after the games. But I think Dallas is going to squeak it out. I think it's going to be close, but I think they'll squeak it out. Of course, they may prove me wrong. Now, you know that expression, waiting all day for Sunday night? That would be me. Buffalo Bills are coming to Pittsburgh to play my Steelers. Am I excited? Yes, I'm excited. Why? Because we still have to win. We're 6th seed. Oh, guess what? The Bills are 5th seed. This is important to both of us. Okay? We got the Titans and the Browns and the Raiders just knocking on the door, waiting for somebody to trip over themselves. No matter what, obviously one of us has to lose, and it's going to affect standings. I do not want it to affect my Steelers at all. Sorry, that's the emotional side. I'm back. History has shown quite a few things about the Steelers and the Bills. The Steelers have beaten the Bills in prime time, I believe, when I looked it up, 10-1. No, that doesn't mean the Bills can't do it. The Bills are playing amazingly strong this year. The Bills have been rebuilding for a good 5 or 6 years and have really assembled a strong group. Absolutely. This game was originally scheduled to be a 1 o'clock game, and they flexed it to primetime so that the world could watch. I'm saying this as a fan, and I'm saying this as a sportscaster. The Steelers do very, very, very well in primetime. They shine in primetime. It's just something that they like. They love being the center of attention. Some teams don't do well when they know the entire world is watching, not just their fans. Some teams honestly don't do well. Steelers do. The Steelers are wearing their color rush uniforms. The Steelers have Juju and Connor back, who have been injured. So even if they're not in for every play, they are in. So there are an awful lot of positives leaning towards the Steelers' way. This is in no way going to be a gimme. I don't think the Steelers are going to do like 45-0 over the Bills. I would like that to happen. Of course, if it happened, I'd have to go run and hide because I think, a Bills lion may be throwing at me or something. But, I think it's honestly going to be a relatively close game, at least in the beginning. But I do believe that when all is said and done and the dust clears, it is going to be a Steelers win. And hopefully, depending on what goes on for the rest of the day, it moves the Steelers up from 6th seed, because that 6th seed just makes me nervous. With 2 weeks to go, there's just too many things that could happen.
That's fine. With your staff, you're still going to play. You guys are going to lose.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I'm looking at everything. I don't go just by stats. And you know that.
We're looking at everything. We have a better record than you guys overall this season.
I don't go by just records. You know that.
Okay. Think happy thoughts.
Enjoy your thoughts.
In any other teams, in any other circumstance, you would be doing that.
I
You
most.
would not be giving with the overall.
Have you looked at my other picks? I don't take just the team with the winning record. We are playing in prime time. We have 2 major players back from injury. There are an awful lot of things on that side of the scale. And we're home. You guys are going to be lucky if you hear your own thoughts. I didn't say it was going to be a blowout. I gave you guys credit. I don't think you're going to be blown out of the water. Okay. Tonight should be interesting, folks. Assuming I survive tonight, because win or lose, I usually lose my voice during these games. Whew. Monday night is another potentially playoff maneuvering, what do you want to call it, game. The Colts are going to New Orleans to play the Saints. Now again, the Saints, for them, that was a heartbreaker because they did lose at home. It was almost 100 points between them and the Niners. It was just an amazing game. It really was. It was just freaking good play after good play after good play. It was just everywhere. But the Colts are one of those, with their nose up against the glass. They need a lot of people to lose to jump over, but of course they have to win. So they're going to try, but after all that's said and done, the Saints are going to march all over them because straight up they're going to be upset over last week because they had that win. They had it, and just lost it. So Saints are going to take Monday night. We did see the score that the Ravens beat the Jets on Thursday, putting the Ravens quite solidly up in the first seed. Which I'm telling you, that quarterback, man. Steelers stay in the playoffs, and one way or another, we are more than likely going to have to play the Ravens, and that is going to be a tough-ass game. But 1 week at a time. 1 week at a time. Those are my picks. Let us remember this week, there is no Thursday night game this week. There are 3 games on Saturday, 1 o'clock, 4:30, and 8:15. Texans, Bucks at 1, Bills, Patriots at 4:30. Make sure you mark that time, Daddy, so you can watch your game. And Rams and Niners at 8:15. So, keep that in mind. Adjust your schedules appropriately. I'm not going to make the predictions for those games now because obviously we have to see what happens this week. Key injuries, key plays, whatever. But I'll try to pop in and leave a notation of who I pick for those games. And so those would be my picks. That would be how I call it. I haven't done completely bad. I mean, you know. There's definitely going to be some exciting football coming around. Speaking of coming around, the big guy should be coming in any moment. Any moment. I hope everybody has a wonderful Sunday.
I just sent you a link, a little interesting reading regarding the both of us, and the numbers are not entirely leading as you thought, quite frankly. Yes, you have more wins with us coming together. However, in the season, it was a couple of wins on yours in prime time. 5 straight, the fuck did that come from? 5 straight wins in a row by us against you. Wins on your side, back and forth. Record at the end, as of right now, it's 16-9. So, and you can see where this comes from. It's not just like some, backwoods kind of website.
I stand by my pick.
Of course. When I correct her, she's going to stand by it.
I'm not changing it.
That's cool. That's cool. As I said, think what you need to help you get by.
I gave all the reasons for why we're going to win.
All the reasons that you think versus actual. But anyways, we always say there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. That's football. What's up, people? What is the good word? How is things? Jump over here. That wind has definitely picked up. I mean, like literally, from the time that I walked out of one of my buildings up there, the wind had already picked up. Coming down the hill, it was getting worse. There you go. A little trout recording for you. This is Lazy Afternoon here on CC&C with me, the Connecticut Medical Marijuana Critic. Yeah, I mentioned wind. Winds currently buzz the station at 14 miles an hour. Yeah, humidity 50% out there, 45 degrees right now, right here in Orange, Connecticut. There we go, continuing on. That was Lazy Afternoon. That was Trout recording. It is SunDaze here on Compound Concentrates and Coffee, so of course it's a lazy afternoon. SunDaze, that's what it's for. It's a day to do either a whole lot of nothing while you watch football, if that's your thing. Football! Do some stuff with the family, you know. I don't consider that like doing stuff. I mean, of course I'm going to do things like that. But, yeah, you make it what you will. Remember, tomorrow's Monday. It's a clean slate. It's a brand new day. It starts your week out great. It's up to you where it goes. Don't let others dictate your day. Little Lyle Workman coming at you. Hey, Diana, you have yourself a good one. We'll see you later over there from YouTube. Thanks for being here with us. That was Fake News Blues. Here's another in the Lyle Workman block. Give me a second here. Otis McDonald coming at you. Little sticky icky. straight up the top of the hour. It's 1 p.m., everybody. That was Sticky Icky. That came to you from Otis McDonald. Go to otismacmusic.com if you dig what you hear. Definitely check these artists out. I mean, we play these people day in, day out. You hear the songs, you hear them, you've heard different ones from the past. Different things have cycled through. All worth your time, I mean, if we play them here. Especially if you're in Facebook. You're right there anyways. Just type their name in the search bar and go give them a look. Okay, something new. They're expecting around 6 inches of snow to fall today during the KC game as they play. That is going to be awesome. Give me a second as I grab us another track here. Again, that was Something New coming to you from Brian Wifecombe. Go to briansmusic.net and check them out. Little Brent Bourgeois for you. It's called Caravan. In your chair, huh? I see. Hold on. Bunky's sitting in your purse. Oh, there you go. That's what you wanted, huh? Oh, you're welcome. That was called Caravan. Once again, it's Brent Bourgeois. Go check him out. BrentBourgeois.com. BrentBourgeois.com. I know for a fact the pronunciation on it because, and it was my bad, I was mispronouncing his name, mispronouncing it when I first was doing the show. And very nicely, however, I received an email, And he was like, by the way, and he put out the proper pronunciation. He was like, it would be like booze and then wah, bourgeois. My apologies. Truly not meaning to say it wrong. All right, here we go. This is Second Line. This one coming to you from the artist Nick Gallant. Now, Nick, you got to go soundcloud.com/NICK dash 35 dash 4. We already have 2 teams on the board now. In the Seattle-Carolina game, Seattle's on the board with 6. In the New England-Cincinnati game, New England's on the board already with 7. In the Houston-Tennessee game, we just got Tennessee going in the red zone. All right. That was Nick Gallant again with Second Line coming to you out of Jazz. Falling for perfection. Unlike that, what I just tried to say. That was just failing. Or falling. There you go. right, big plays going on in 2 games right now. In the Tampa Bay-Detroit game and in the New England-Cincinnati game. Cincinnati has the ball, Tampa Bay has the ball. What is it? What was it? Where is it? Where is it? Go over your perch. Hey, go on your perch. Sit down. All right, Kansas City on the board now against over. Let's see, we have Denver. It's Denver, KC, Philly, Washington, Houston, Tennessee, Miami against the Giants, Denver against KC, Chicago against Green Bay, Tampa Bay against Detroit, New England against Cincinnati, and we now have, we're coming up on a tie game there. Seattle against Carolina. Seattle's on board 6-0. There you go, 7-7. Like I said, we were getting a tie game there. All right, Falling for Perfection Trout recording. Well, those are slows. Slows got to go. There you go. It's called Butter My Bread. Ooh, 119. Are you packed? Are you rolled? Are you raring to go? 120 here on the East Coast. Well, that's 420, don't you know? There we go. It is 4:20 right now in King Edward Point, South Georgia, Sandwich Islands. Yeah. The United Kingdom. Butter My Bread trout recording. All right, I have a little Live at the Blue Note coming to you from Brent Bourgeois. Go. Live at the Blue Notes. Little Brent Bourgeois once again. Okay, little Austin, little Zach. This is Austin Woodward, Zach Ledbetter. The tune's called Knockout. updates. All right, Philly has 3, Washington 7. We have Kansas City 6, Denver nothing. Green Bay 7, Chicago nothing. Tampa Bay 7, Detroit nothing. Still ties 7-7 in the New England and Cincinnati game. It is now 13-0 in the Seattle game over Carolina. Yeah. That was called Knockouts. Came to you from Austin Woodward and Zach Ledbetter. All right. The Sheen, second time around. Between this track and the next, I'm watching a little, because I was talking about the snow that they're predicting during the game. Between, let's see, the Kansas City game today. Yeah, they're talking like 6 inches of snow possibly coming through. Now, what's known and has gone down in the history of NFL is the Snow Bowl in 2017, the Buffalo Bills versus the Colts. They were constantly coming out with leaf blowers, and they were having to just, and they had like a dozen or more people having to hit the field. Some going back and forth this way, so they could see the yards. Others going this way, so that was an amazing game right there. So that's what I hope for. That's what I think of when people talk about snow during a game. I just heard foul against Washington. Second time around this sheet. Continuing on. Funny part is, even though it is snowing like a bitch, to us that's normal. I mean, Buffalo, hello. All right, in between this track and the next, December 15th, 1943. American jazz pianist, organist, composer, singer, and even comedic entertainer Fats Waller passing of pneumonia. Unfortunately, this happened on a train trip near Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah. 1944, on this date, we had Hank Williams, who married Audrey Shepard. Yep, that ceremony taking place at a filling station. Also in 44, Glenn Miller, big band musician, arranger, composer, and band leader Glenn Miller. unfortunately was killed when his aircraft disappeared in bad weather over the English Channel while traveling to entertain U.S. troops. Now, in '56, Elvis Presley giving his final performance on Louisiana Hayride, a live radio program that was broadcast on KWKH in Shreveport, Louisiana. Presley made 50 appearances on the show. At the end of the show, Horace first made the now legendary phrase, "Elvis has left the building." 1962 saw the Beatles playing 2 separate shows on the same venue, the Majestic Ballroom. First, they played a standard Majestic booking. Then, at midnight, the first ever Merci Beat Poll Award show took place. Now, as poll winners, the Beatles closed the show at 4 a.m. Okay. Charlie Peacock with Faith, Hope, and Love. All right, Philly, Washington. We have Philly 3, Washington 7. Still no score in the Houston, Tennessee game. Still no score in the Miami Giants game. Kansas City 6, Denver nothing. I'll have some more scores for you shortly.
And I won't go where there's no invitation. Every step of line is marked by the ticking of time. While I do the best to use my imagination. It's a gift to receive, a means to believe. And I hope not to waste 1 minute of the grace. I went down on my knees. I'm right where I need to be. There'll be time enough to do all I've dreamed of. But right now, what I really need is faith, hope, and oh, you can position yourself as almost anything you can think of. Might be a beggar, might be a man of great intellect, might be a woman of wealth. Oh, I've assumed identities that were never meant for me. All because I could.
All right, we have exactly 1 hour left. 1 hour.
Leaving me waiting for the helping hand of love to lift me up and put me down. Down on my knees. I'm right where I need to be. Every time I love to do all I've dreamed of. faith, hope, and love.
Faith, hope, and love. All right, Bad Blood. Little Buildings, the Organic Music Collective.
If you decide, then baby go. If you ride, we'll never know. She said, I'm gonna do it. Call me crazy. I'm gonna do it. No. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Call me crazy. I'm gonna do it. No. You got the bad blood, that bad blood. You got the bad blood now. In your eyes, I can see the stars. You got the bad blood now. If you decide, then baby go. She said, I'm gonna do it. Call me crazy. I'm gonna do it. No. You got the bad blood, bad blood. You got the bad blood now. In your eyes, I can see the stars. You got the bad blood now.
All right. Philly 10, Washington 7, Houston, Tennessee, nothing. Miami 7, Giants 0. Kansas City 9. Yeah, Kansas City 9. Denver, nothing. We have the Bears, nothing. Green Bay 7. Tampa Bay 14. Detroit, nothing. New England 7. Cincinnati 10. That's right, Cincinnati over New England right now. Seattle 13, Carolina 7. Where the other ones are. And then it's slow. Slow's gotta go. Jump on down. Here we go. Rumblestone. It's always a good tune. kind of curious here. I'd love some people's opinions. This was sent over to me. A New York soccer coach under fire for taking high school students to a Hooters after they lost a football game. Do we see something wrong with this? This coach is under fire, like taking a lot of heat for doing this. I don't get it. Now, one person even said it's not a strip club. You know, if you have a dirty mind, you're going to find dirt no matter where you look. Rumblestone, Lance Tabor right there. Cooler in the Canyon, it's The Sheen.
Feast your eyes on the prize, living in city lights. You're out in front of the race, but you can't cross that finish line. Moving through the noise, the dial never sways.
Excuse me.
If your life is beating you, you have got to change your game. Roll on through the mountains and kiss the golden sky. Ride into the sunset, find your peace of mind. It's cool. It's a broken record love song when you don't know where to start. If you're searching for a sign, take a listen to your heart. Roll on through the mountains and kiss the golden sky. Ride into the sunset, find your peace of mind. It's It's
All right, here we go. Real quick updates on the games. Philly-Washington game. We now have Philly 10, Washington 7. Houston 7, Tennessee nothing. Miami 7, Giants 7. We have Kansas City 9. Denver still hasn't gotten on the board. Now we have Green Bay 7, Chicago nothing. We have Tampa Bay 14. The Lions nothing. Still haven't gotten on the board. Once again, Cincinnati 10, New England 7. Seattle 20, Carolina 7. All right, a little R&B and soul you asked for. I got you covered. No problem. I can do that. There you go. Felipe Bianco. Tune's called Faithfully.
got what you need. Come on away with me. Tell me that you never leave. I'll love you faithfully. Dim those eyes. Swear that you can see through me. Through me. No need to run and hide. You bring out the best in me. In me. 'Cause we know it's all or nothing. Gotta work hard for something. I'd rather be in this fight right here with you. What we have is something special. Nothing else compares to the love I feel inside for me and you. Faithfully, promise I will be the man you need. Yeah. Faithfully, promise you won't take your heart away from me. Girl, I got what you need. Come on away with me. Tell me that you never leave. I'll love you faithfully. 'Cause we know it's all or nothing. You gotta work hard for something. Rather be in this fight right here with you. What we have is something special. Nothing else compares to the love I feel inside when I'm with you. Yeah. Faithfully, promise I will be the man you need. Yeah. Faithfully, promise you won't take your heart away from me. Girl, I got what you need. Come on away with me. Tell me that you never leave. I'll love you faithfully.
There you go. Felipe Bianco. Go to FelipeBianco.com. An artist, a songwriter, a producer. Little Dig Infinity for you. This is Dig Infinity featuring David Hidalgo. The tune is called New Revelation.
It's just a part of human nature, a product of assimilation. The people form to build a nation, the new sensation. We came, we saw, we conquered all, but now we come to conquer hearts. You've seen the rise, here comes the fall, the new revelation.
All right, straight up the top of the hour. It's 2 o'clock. 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Get yourself packed, rolled and raring to go. Make sure you're smoking. 2:20 on the East Coast. That's 4:20. Don't do that.
Folks have come and heard the cries.
CCC is done for the day. 2:40.
We've stamped before the devil's died. New plantation.
That's 2:20 for you over there, Facebookers.
Set you free, but you will tell it what to be. The truth is not philosophy, soul elevation.
Again, Dig Infinity featuring David Helvago. A little fashion for funk. Let's see. Let's go. There you go. Honesty. Honestly, the artist has.
But I know it's there. But I know it's there. I like it when you talk to me, so I wanna be my RCC. Unapologetically, just as you are.
Facebookers, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Everybody in general, you have 10 minutes because it's going to be 2:20. But 10 minutes left of your broadcast day, Facebook.
Exactly what I feel, but I know it's there. 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 But I know it's there.
That's Cash. The song's called Honestly. Australian-born singer, a songwriter who is now based in LA. All right. The song is called Meteorite. Where's my boy? Where's my Monty? Where's my Monty? Where's my boy? Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. There we go. That was Meteorite. Now let me take a quick look. Philly and Washington. We now have Washington 14, Philly 10. Houston 14, Tennessee nothing. Miami 7, Giants 7. So we have a tie in that game. Kansas City 12. Yeah. They haven't. Denver hasn't even gotten on the board yet. They still haven't even remembered they're playing a football game this day. Now we have Green Bay 7. We have the Bears at 3. We have Tampa Bay 21. We have Detroit 3. We now have a tie score. Cincinnati, New England game. It's 10-all. We have Seattle 20. Carolina 7. This is Lauren Evans, R&B and soul. Tune's called Body Good.
Yeah, baby. Ooh, yeah, baby. You do a body good. Let's get physical. Work out these muscles. Do a little cardio till we pass out on the floor. Go fast, take it slow. Get high, then get low. Put your back into it. Don't forget to use your core. At the rate that we're going, it's gonna hurt in the morning. But the fun of it ain't the only benefit. I'm out of breath, out of my head. Push and pull to the limit. You do a body good. The way we stretch, you make me sweat. There ain't no better feeling. You do a body good. Ooh. Ain't nobody that can do my body like you do. Ain't nobody that can do my body like you do. How much can we take? About time we hydrate. Tell me what's the safer, babe. Let me know when you wanna quit. We got breaking nights, sundown to midnight. A cookie in the afternoon, yeah, just for the hell of it. At the rate that we're going, it's gonna hurt in the morning. But the fun of it ain't the only benefit. I'm out of breath, out of my head. We push and pull to the limit. You do a body good. The way we stretch, you make me sweat. There ain't no better feeling. You do a body good. Ooh. Ain't nobody that can do my body like you do. Ain't nobody that can do my body like you do. At the rate that we're going, it's gonna hurt in the morning. But the fun of it ain't the only benefit. I'm out of breath, out of my head. Push and pull to the limit. You do a body good. The way we stretch, you make me sweat. There ain't no better feeling. You do a body good. Ooh. Ain't nobody that can do my body like you do. Ain't nobody that can do my body like you do. Do my body like you do. Like you do. Do a body good. Yeah, baby. Ooh, yeah, baby. You do a body good.
All right, give me a second, everybody. Body Good, Lauren Evans right there. Bad bowl of chili, little Brent Bourgeois. Facebookers. Y'all have yourself a good one over there. Literally, I'm seeing your countdown right now. You be good. You stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your day. Much love and respect. Peace. I'm the Connecticut Medical Marijuana Critic, Compound Concentration Coffee, your SunDaze edition, December 15th, 2019. I'll catch you all in the morning. You know that. Have a good one. Later, everybody. All right, YouTubers, just us. Again, I'm out of here at 2:40. What's up, my boy? How you doing? Did you have a good night? Did you have a good night? I hope so. I hope so. Thank you. I love getting kisses from the little guy. So again, Bad Bowl of Chili, Brent Bourgeois. American singer, songwriter, music producer. He's even the founding member of the pop group Borges Tag, releasing the last album called Don't Look Back. That album coming out in 2014. This is called Gran Torino Time Capsule. Comes to you from Global Genius. Hey, Daniel, I'm here until 2:40 on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Facebook always cuts out 20 minutes beforehand. Yeah. 4 hours Facebook broadcast, YouTube, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Gran Torino Time Capsule. Global Genius right there. Strutting on sunshine, Ruby Amon Fu.
Strutting on sunshine. Strutting on sunshine. Clouds just roll away. Strutting on sunshine.
anything, put him out here, not downstairs. No, I'm saying, if anything, put him out here, not downstairs. He's just. I'm off of here. 13 minutes. All right, looking over some more of the scores. I'll have them up after this song. Good scores going on. We have good games going on.
Yeah, really good.
Hey, my boy. Hey, my boy. All right. Washington 14, Philly 10. Houston 14. Tennessee has yet to figure out that they're in a football game. Now, Miami 10. Giants 7. Kansas City 15. Yeah, I had a feeling. Kansas City 15. Denver 3. Green Bay, we have 7. We have Chicago. Yep, they're only on the board. They're on the board, but they're there with 3 points. Now, the Tampa Bay Detroit game, we have 21-3. New England, Cincinnati. It's 13-10 right now. New England's ahead only by 3. They've finally gotten a lead. Back, I should say. Now, Seattle and Carolina game. We have Seattle Seahawks 20 to Carolina 7. Good games. Some ones that people did not see coming. Someone's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go.
Those stumpy little legs.
All right, here we go. Christian Davis. This tune is called Blacklist.
You got me blacklisted at Hop Sings?
You name names.
Wait.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to find echopraxia in blues or R&B or soul. Come here, buddy.
Daddy, the things are blowing in the wind. He doesn't know why the plane keeps blowing towards him in the wind.
All right, you all know what the last 10 minutes of the show brings. It's echopraxia, it's Austin Woodward. So I'm going to cue up a few tracks from each. Of course, the last track being our theme song. This one is SunDaze. Um, all right. I'm seeing our time, so I'm just going to go right on over. We're going to go right on into our theme track here, bio track. There we go. Biotrack. Austin Woodward, Shane Roberts. All right, everybody, thank you for being here with me today. Compound Concentrates and Coffee on your SunDaze. This is December 15th, 2019. Be good, stay safe. I will see you tomorrow morning, of course. Much love and respect. I am out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day.